So, hello everyone. Welcome to today's Day2 Hero Hackathon workshop. I'm Kay, the ecosystem pilot of BNB Chain. And I'm not sure how many of you have joined yesterday's opening ceremony. And yesterday's workshop, we have Victor from BNB Chain team, and we have Encode, our partners Encode, as well as the AWS workshops. And today we will have Google Cloud and NodeReal and Axelar join us to share with you the more information, more resources about how to build on BNB Chain with their tools and support. So first, we will have Kyle Song, the APAC Web3 specialist from Google Cloud, and okay, so here is his topic today: so to empower the Web3 technical ecosystem at Google Cloud. So maybe Kyle, you can introduce yourself and start the workshop. Yeah. Kyle, you need to unmute yourself.
All right. Sorry
Okay,
about
cool.
that. And thanks, Kay, for introduction. I'm Kale, and I'm very honored to be here to introduce the Google Web3 strategy and the initiative of this space. And I just joined Google 2 months ago, and before that, I actually have a bunch of experience in the Web3 domain. I did publishing and some privacy capability in the Web3 domain. So I'd love to share what's new in the Google side and how Google helps the Web3 space to grow the ecosystem or whatever from technical side, and how Google bring any technical capability to the Web3 domain. Yeah. And so I will get started with these slides, and maybe we take 40 minutes to go through all of the initiatives. Right now, we're working on the Web3 domain. So, and before we jump into the details, the most important is that maybe a bunch of the Web3 developers or builders care about how a Web2 company and bring any capability to the Web3 domain, and what their, for Web2 company, their Web3 vision or any insights from the, just like giant company like Google. And actually, right now for Google side, we truly try to provide, the fundamental technical capability to the Web3 domain, whatever, just only the Google Cloud for the one Google Web3 strategy. Right now, we try to, bring the fundamental technical capability to the Web3 domain, because right now in the Web3 space, we talk a lot of the times about layer 1, layer 2, NFT, GameFi. But from my personal perspective, I would set up Google as the layer 0 for all of the Web3 builders. Google just invent lots of the fundamental technical component like Golang and the network protocol, storage, open source storage platform, how to combine all of the fundamental product or technical capability from Google side into the Web3 domain. That is things we care about. So we try to drive the initiative from the Web3 product community, or any technical capability could be, reinvent something in the Web3 domain. So, and even today's session, we are focused on the Google Cloud, but we try to give you guys an overview of how Google vision or how Google is initiative on the Web3 domain. Right now, I just go through all of the relevant stuff from Google side, and definitely Google Cloud should be the most put a lot of efforts right now in the product domain. I can share more details of how we launched the first Web3 native product, just like the Node RPC service, to all of the developers. And the upcoming product will comes from the Google Cloud side. Besides that, we also have put lots of research resource into the Web3 domain. Whatever we called it as blockchain or the Web3, because right now there are a bunch of the technical blockers right now in the industry, whatever about maybe ZKP protocol, performance or MPC protocol performance, or some of the light client storage optimization for the layer 1 or layer 2. There are a bunch of the open technical issues right now for the industry, how to leverage Google research resource into this domain. Right now, we are working on that. And besides that, we are quite aggressive for my personal views, because right now Google officially be the one of the validation node for our select customer. We call it partners right now, and bring the Google will branding as the trust branding to the layer 1 and layer 2. YouTube, Google Payment, and G Capital, and we also try to build a bunch of the ecosystem of the NFT, of the payment channel, of the digital assets, something like that. We should right now it's still on the early stage. To be frankly, and we try to, it's open for Google now to bring something to the Web3 domain. All right. So, and besides the overview from Google side, how Google position, the Web3 as our internal strategy and initiative, and I just share more details on Google technical capability right now for the Web3 domain, especially for the Banai's Zero2Hero Hackathon, how to leverage Google fundamental service and fundamental technical capability, build our projects. That is the things I try to deliver on this session. So, right now we try to build just like this paradigm, and we try to think about what is the technical blockers right now for the Web3 domain, because we just saw a lot of the innovation projects built on the layer 1 and layer 2, and issue the NFT or issue some token, and a bunch of the project powered by the token ecosystem. Besides that, we also, facing lots of the blockers of the, some of the technical issues right now to build a more stable, efficient, secure application right now on top of the layer 1 or whatever layer 2. So I just listing maybe some of the potential topic right now for the industry. Maybe I try to bring some of the more, some of the efficient or secure service or product or some solutions to the Web3 domain. So I'm not trying to jump into every single space. I just give you guys outline over something right now for the Google, not only the Google Cloud. We care about how the hated topic right now happening in the Web3 domain, just like the NPC. Right now, a bunch of the wallet right now build the NPC version wallet in the industry. How to leverage NPC solution to build a more secured and the non-custodial wallet. That is space we put a lot of efforts in this domain. Besides that, also for the staking service and leverage Google data, the processing capability to build on-chain analytics system, something like whatever for KYT, no transaction or know your custom solution right now. I will share more details on this domain. We think about it as a system. It's not only from one single point service, from the just like the how to issue token, how to be one of the project or provide some Web3 native service. It's not only for it's not enough right now for us. We try to think about the fundamental architecture for the next generation Web3 application. Security, network, efficiency, reliability, and trust. And we love to hear more voices from the industry side. If you guys have more very innovation or something is very cool or awesome, I would love to hear voice for example, because right now we have the bounty program, and we try to encourage the developers or the builders and feedback or build something with Google. Yeah, that's an initiative from our side. And this sex domain right now is ongoing, and we are put a lot of efforts on this sex domain, and we'd love to co-build something with our partners or the builders in the Web3 domain. Because right now for Google and for Google Cloud, it's not like we build some commercial service and we sell it to our customer. It's good, but it's not enough because right now for the Web3, we are more open to it, and we try to, I mean, co-build with as partners. We call it technical partners right now, and just like the Node Engine is one of our managed service, we provide the RPC service to the industry, and it's purely Web3 product right now for the Google. Maybe it's the first product right now for the whole Google as a whole. And the second is the data something. I will share more details on this. And for the running validator, it's quite a new things for Google, because in the past, I personal experience in the past 5 years in the crypto space, and there's trends that we shifted from the POW to the POS, and we need to prove that every single staking node has a good reputation. They want to do some bad things or will be slashed by the system, but that the key point is that how to validation the validation node. I mean, that is the question, and that's the issues right now for all of the layer 1 and layer 2 for the post chain. And I mean, Google right now, we have an official program to be one of the validation node for all of the layer 1 and layer 2, and we truly have some criteria for the application, but right now we still open it, and we just set up Google as one of the, I mean, the system of the layer 1 and the layer 2. It's just not sales service to the layer 1 and layer 2. We want to be part of the innovation of the layer 1 or layer 2, something like that. And besides that, we also launch a dedicated Web3 specialist team. Right now, I'm in the Web3 team, and we dedicated focus on the APAC region. Besides APAC region, we also have some specialists in the States, covers the US region. But for in terms of the APAC region, right now we teammate all have the good and experience in the Web3 domain from the marketing, technical side, and we try to leverage our expertise to co-build something with our partners right now, and we'd love to co-build something with you guys. And besides that, and lots of the custom, I mean, the Web3 builders or developers right now reach out to Google, because especially for the, I mean, the GameFi or NFT space, because they want to grow their user space. And I mean, in the traditional Web2 space, and it is a very typical business model right now for all of the Web2 gaming or Web2 media or Web2 internet industry. They grow their business through the Google traffic, and they will grab their revenue from the Google system. So how to leverage Google, I mean, the traffic to build some the Web3 application right now, how to leverage Google, I mean, the traffic resource or the user space to shift to the Web3 space. Right now, we try to propose some the initiative with the Web3 custom, but it's still in the early stage, but we are open to it, and we'd love to build more, bring Google to the Web3 domain, and accelerate all of the, I mean, the partnership with our Web3 customer side. And right, and that is the overview of the ongoing project. Right now, we are co-work with our Web3 builders, and I will take time and jump into the more details about how Google in the different space, especially for the technical side, and what is the technical capabilities right now for the Web3 developers. And the first product is, we call it the Node Engine, and we already and the GA in the last month. And right now, for all of the customers, you can do some POC on this service. I mean, why Google just do this node engine service? I mean, it is a very fundamental things. It's not I mean, not crypto native or Web3 native in the Web3 domain or the blockchain space, but it's more like so we focus on the fundamental layer. And for all of the developers, whatever you try to build is layer 1, layer 2, NFT, gamify, or socialify, something like this. But it's quite important. We need to, I mean, we query the transaction and we send out the transactions through the RPC service or be part of the layer 1 or layer 2 validation node. So we launch the node engine service as the started. It's not the end, but we started off with the node RPC service. And I mean, right now for the Web3 space, from my personal perspective, we truly have the narrative of the decentralized or startup things, but for the developer or the builders, the performance, the security, and the redundant is very important, because you want to build an SLA service and serve your end users. How to become more redundant and secure, that is challenging for all of, I mean, the technical guys. So and we try to provide a more, I mean, effective, cost effective, and more redundant service from Google side. So this is the first service right now we provide in the industry, and we'd love to more POC with the Web3 builders. And besides the, I mean, the fundamental things we call the node engine, and we right now we care about the cutting edge technology right adopt in the Web3 domain. So MPC is one of the space we put a lot of efforts and some POC could build with our customer, and or we could build some solution with our partners. And a personal experience, I'm quite familiar with MPC because before I joined Google, I built a MPC cryptographic protocol outside of Google. And after I joined Google, I'm so excited to see we just launched a feature, and it's based on the TE environment, and we call it the confidential space. I will explain more details about this architecture. I think it's good reference architecture right now for all of the MPC wallet or MPC custody right now in the Web3 domain. Because for the non-custody wallet or non-custody custody in the past 5 years, and you hold your key and you will own your assets. That is slogan in the crypto native space. It's good, but for the, I mean, if we want to provide a more user-friendly wallet service of the end users, how to become more, I mean, the trade-offs, the user experience and the security posture, that is the blockers right now for most of the wallets right now. So from Google side, we think about this issue from the fundamental layer. I mean, we try to build some MPC stuffs in the Web3 domain, but in terms of this solution or this product, it's not dedicated for the I mean the Web3 digital assets domain. It's a general MPC, because in the Web2 domain, right now in the past, I mean, 7 years, and a lot of the researcher and the developers try to build the privacy AI system. It's just like we shift the TensorFlow to the privacy model, but when we look at the Web3 domain, it's a similar scenario. And because right now you want to be shared, you one key to a different key shard, maybe the third party, the user hold one, and the remaining of the two parties is computed and storage in the cloud or whatever the server side. So how to be secured between the different computing party. And Google just proposed the MPC architecture, and we launched the new product we call the confidential space. And I mean, we provided the very, very fundamental layer for the security posture right now for the MPC domain. So I'm quite excited about this product. Maybe this is the first production ready NPC product right now for the whole industry, not only for the Web3, but also for Web2 or AI space, something like that. So privacy, security is always a priority zero for all of the application, not only the Web3 domain. So, and besides IPC, I would to take time to describe more details of the data set, because right now a bunch of startups, they focus on how to dig out the value from the on-chain data set. I mean the Web3 data analytics, because there's the good thing is that for the Web3 data set, it's quite different with the Web2 industry, because in the Web2 industry, all of the data is private and owned by the giant company, just like Google. We own the data. It's not on the data. We have the user data, and we do some interaction based on data. But on the Web3 domain, it's totally different, because all of the on-chain transaction is transparent. All right, so it's already in the on-chain. So how to figure out the value and do some the insights of the on-chain system. That is very interesting things right now in the industry. And over this domain, Google, we have built we built a open source project in 2021, and we call it Ethereum ETL, and it's open source in the GitHub. And besides that, we also launched a public data set we called the crypto data set, and we right now we support the Ethereum and a bunch of, and maybe just roughly maybe different node chains right now is supported in the BigQuery public data set. And we try to provide non-profit features right now for the industry. If you want to query something over the on-chain states, and in the traditional way, you need to build a node and ingest all of the transaction from the node to the data warehouse or your database, and you try to do some analytics based on the data warehouse. It's quite a long journey for developers to do some insights on the Web3 space dataset. So, and if you try to cut down the cost to build the BI system or the analytics system based on the Web3 public dataset, you can leverage Google this project. We are open source and we are free. Just copy to data warehouse and do some analytics. All of the original dataset is free and is open sourced. I just mentioned this service, or this solution, or we called it as open source project. Is that Google? We are thinking about this, how to position Google in the Web3 domain, and apparently we built some manager service for the enterprise customers. They want some as a guarantee, but we're quite trying to contribute our resource, our efforts as open source, as an open technical solution to this space, because Web3 we have it self cultures. That means we contribute and we shared and we could build into the Web3 domain. So, and the last part I will talk about is the community system. This is very important for my personal side, because in the Web2 ways, all of the commercial companies, the business models, they build some product and they sell product to the end users. That is a typical, the business model for the Web2 space. But for the Web3, we truly understand that in the Web3, community first, right? Because whatever for the layer 1 or layer 2, even for the NFT products, just like the OG, the CryptoKitties is OG in the industry. But how to build the community is a priority for the Web3 native space. And even for Google, right now we stand in the Google side and we think about how to engage with the Web3 community. I mean, how to build the Google impact and Google branding and the Google capability into the Web3 community ecosystem. Right now, we are thinking about this. So I will share a little bit about the initiative and the public reference case from our side, how Google could build the Web3 community between the Web 2 and the Web 3 in a community way. And here is our journey. We are on the way to the Web 3 space. And actually, in the past 3 years, we truly have a bunch of the initiative. And I mean, from my personal side, it's quite aggressive for Google in the Web3 domain because just like the the validation node right now is quite aggressive because Google have its self culture. We want to be open and more purely technical side and should be bring the trust into the Web3 domain. So yeah, it's good. And we try to think about besides the validation node, what else should we do? And besides the manager service, and what else should we do? So that is a journey, and I try to recall the whole initiative right now for the Google side, and so I mean. I mean, for the commercial service side, and it truly have itself roadmap right now. But for the community side, we try to co-build right now from the two perspective. And the first the first side is we try to co-build the NodeReal community right now for with a bunch of the layer 1 and the layer 2, just like the BNB hackathon right now. It's dedicated for the build system in the Web3 domain. So we will sponsor the layer 1 or layer 2 or any community right now. They try to enhance the developer ecosystem of the Web3 domain. So that is things that we right now we care about. And the second thing is the most specific because right now we try to summarize all of the technical blockers in the Web3 domain. And I mean, the pain point in the Web3 domain is not just the purely the co-marketing or the hackathon sponsors, just like the BNB sponsors. We try to summarize what is the pain point from the build side. Maybe some protocol, maybe some the open source service, maybe some performance blockers, maybe some security issues right now, just like the on-chain smart contract right now. Apparently, a bunch of the DeFi system or the on-chain smart contract right now. We have been saw a bunch of the issues right now for the on-chain system, and then we try to think about how to co-build something with the Web3 community. I mean the blockchain or crypto community to do some tools or some the solutions to solve the issues right now happen in the Web3 space. So that is things right now we try to think about. So I mean, this is the things we from the technical side, and besides that, we also have some it's more commercial things from the Web3 domain because right now, from my personal experience, we love the crypto native things in the Web3 space, just like the layer 1 or layer 2. We build some next generation DeFi system on the public chain. That is very awesome and very cool, and I think that is growth engine for all of the Web3 domain. But we truly have some valuable and I mean, it's kind of the centralized service right now in the Web3 domain, just like the Binance Exchange and OK or Coinbase startup things. It's valuable, and it is very important for the Web3 domain because you need to provide a more user-friendly service, how to trade the coin between different entity, or you provide more a channel to the end users and bring the Web2 users to the Web3 domain. So it's more like the centralized service and provide the business model is kind of centralized, but it's okay. But already, because not everything is decentralized or crypto native, just like the something happen on chain. But we right now we try to think about how to enable the product or the joint player in the industry, how to be partner with the just like the Coinbase. And I mean, in the last year, we published the price in the industry, and the Google partner with, I mean, Google Cloud partner with Coinbase to empower the whole Web3 ecosystem for the Coinbase. It is good case because right now, and we just want to help the Web3 player and to deliver a more user friendly and more, I mean, the cost down service right now for all of the end users, not only the users but also the builders right now in the industry. So we'd love to looking more partnership right now in the industry, whatever of the compliance or institution business of the, I mean, and the KYC or KYT something could build the solution on the cloud. We'd love to do something like that, help the industry to solve the most challenging issues right now of the Web3 domain. So that is the journey right now for the Google into the Web3 domain. And it's not too far, and but we right now we are still open to it. I mean, we are humble right now, and we try to hear the voice from your side, and you pinpoint. We try to solve you pinpoint through the Google technical capability, and even for Google traffic system right now for Google side. And yeah, and at the end, I just mentioned the partnership we build with the BNB ecosystem and accelerate the growth for the Web3 or the startup system. I try to demonstrate that right now, and we truly put efforts in the Web3 community. BNB is we have the good and close knit partnership right now, because just we sponsor this hackathon. We try to empower the builder build something on BNB, and BNB build something on Google Cloud, and I mean, and just as I mentioned in the opening in this session, and how to position Google or even for Google Cloud in the whole Web3 domain space, how to position ourselves. I mean, we should be the layer zero for all of the Web3 builders right now for the industry, because BNB partnership with Google Cloud is one of the, I mean, instance for demonstrate this model. And we are not build the layer 1 or layer 2 directly from the Google side, just like the Google chain. We're not build the Google chain right now for Google side. We try to empower the BNB chain or the Ethereum chain to serve the builder system, because not only the build the from the purely technical side. And right now we are humble and we open to it, because we try to summarize all the collaborate all of the, I mean, the blockers or issues or the most challenges from the builder side. And we want to make sure ourselves clearly and to understand the more pain point from the builder side. And I mean, if we just do something by ourselves, just like we build the tools and serve the end users, we cannot to understand I mean, clearly about how to build something on chain. And but if we partner with the layer 1 or layer 2, just like the BNB chain, BNB chain will directly, I mean, engage with the build system of the grants or the ecosystem, and we try to could work something with BNB Chain and make sure we understand the builders from the BNB Chain system. They have some pain point, whatever from the data security or some the girls, whatever things from the Web3 domain. We care about that. We try to solve the fix the blockers and from the Google ecosystem. Yeah, that is things and right now for the Google side. And yeah, so that is community. Besides the community, I just the last slides I will try to show some the logos. I mean the big logos. Right now we are working on it. I mean we have the Web3 native stacks right now of the industry, and from the layer 1, layer 2, and the middleware to I mean just like the training, they build some the middleware to as the oracle to serve the on-chain system. Of the centralized tools, just like Nansen, they build some data analytics tools and to do some I mean the provide insights of the Web3 domain. So it's good, and we also have some I mean the entry point, just like Web3 also, that provide the login, and in the Web3 domain, we try to now build some plug-in and how to leverage Google login with Ethereum or the MetaMask login, something like that, and also some the DeFi system, how to leverage Google I mean capability to build something in the Google system. So right now we're truly working with a bunch of the Web3 native customer or the partners to build some solution or the technical capability right now for the whole Web3 space, and we'd love to. I need to say it's still in the early stage, both for the Web3 space and for the Google space. So, and we'd love to hear the voice from the build side. And if you have any, I mean, pain point from your side, we'd love to reach out, and we try to co-build something with you guys, with the Web3 builders. And yeah, that's it. So I will. This is my thank you guys, and thank you BNB community to have this chance to share the initiatives from Google side. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Hi again. So I just return time to you. I'm not sure. Maybe we can have any questions, or it's up to you. Yeah, I just saw one question. Cloud function BigQuery on Hex project. Use the IoT call. Actually, right now for cloud function, it's definitely work. But for the cloud IoT, it depends. It depends. But for the BigQuery system, and we are open to it. If we want to leverage any, I mean, the open data set for the crypto data set, whatever assume and or something else, it could be leverage a public data set. Yeah, and we have the open source and the open link, public link right now. You can just Google it as a Google Cloud crypto data set. You will see the link and the public data set right now. It's already on the Google Cloud. Yeah. Yeah, I would truly have the startup credit, and if you have some the requests, just reach out to our sales team, and we will try to handle the credit. I mean the startup credit. Yeah. Just like it's good question. Does Google have any bounties and on Hackathon? And we have the next session in this month, and we will announce something of the bounty. And right now it's not ready officially, not public, but we truly have the initiative, and we'd love to share more details public next session. Yeah, it's good. Good question. Yeah, just like the marketplace, and right now, and we try to co-build some solution on the marketplace, and it's more about the, I mean, centralized service. If you try to provide some the more like centralized technical service, just like the Node RPC or data analytics or something like that, and the marketplace and the Google Cloud is a good place to show your capability. And if we try to provide some decentralized in a Web3 ways, we try to co-build the model with right now for our end users, or we call the custom side. We have some initiative for the decentralized service. Yeah, but it's still on the early stage, and maybe we can demo something in the next time. Yeah, Vietnam. Yeah, good question. Because I have a teammate, and maybe right now Vietnam is a priority territory right now in the APAC region, and a bunch of I just saw a bunch of the startups, especially for the Web3 native application, just like the NFT or GameFi. They have some the, I mean, R&D and go-to-market team right now in the Vietnam, and maybe we have some the summit or some the marketing event dedicated for VLAN. And we'd love to, you can reach out to our team, and I will link you with our VC team. Yeah, do some of the core stuff in the VLAN. It's cool. Any more questions?
So, hello everyone. Welcome back to our Zero2Hero Hackathon workshop. And we just finished the workshop with Google Cloud, and Kyle has brought us with the amazing introduction to how to build on Web3 BNB chain with Google Cloud. And in the next session, we will have Jimmy from NodeReal. So NodeReal is one of the very old friends of BNB Chain, and Jimmy today will introduce to us how to build on BNB Chain on Web3 with NodeReal and to make your Web3 real. So let's wait for a few more minutes for Jimmy to prepare for the slides and workshops, and we will start soon.
Hey, hello. This is Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. And I think the people are now ready for. Do you have any slides that you will present or?
Yeah. I
Sure,
will have
sure.
a slides, and I
Uh-huh.
will go through the slides first to
Mm-hmm.
introduce what we are doing, because we are
Mm-hmm.
doing some exciting projects that I
Mm-hmm.
believe it will be very interesting for the developers and for the community. And I will share that first, and then I will
Mm-hmm.
introduce our bounty program, and
Mm-hmm.
any hackers who can finish our program, that they will receive $5,000 bounty.
Okay.
That'll be
Cool.
very interesting. Yeah.
Sure. You can use the present function below to upload your slides, and I think we will see it soon on the screen.
Uh, okay. Give me a second. Um, okay. Can you see that
Mm-hmm.
now?
Maybe a few seconds for it to upload. So, and sorry for the have been waiting here. And maybe during the time, Jimmy, you can give a brief introduction of yourself as well as
Yeah.
NodeReal. Mm-hmm.
Sure, no worries. Actually, I'm Jimmy. I'm senior solution architect, NodeReal. Actually, NodeReal, for those who are not familiar with us, is actually our team was started the NodeReal project from 2021, and we focus on the infrastructure layer. That means we want to build a solid foundation for exciting applications on top of our foundation. And we want to be the one-stop solution. The infrastructure solution for our developers. So currently we have 12. From last week, we have 12 chains covered. Of course, in BNB Smart Chain is our first chain we supported at the beginning, and we expanded our coverage from BNB Smart Chain to Ethereum to Polygon to other chains, Aptos and others. Yeah, we are expanding our coverage very quickly. So if you go to our website and check from time to time, you will see that more chains are coming every week actually. So yeah, the RPC endpoint is one our business. Another thing, of course, we are also providing the blockchain as service. And yeah, I will share the details. For myself, I think I can make a very brief introduction. Before I joined NodeReal, I used to be a solution architect for Tencent and also Alibaba and IBM. So I have more than 15 years of the technical exposure. I have been in this industry for a long time, so I really enjoy working together with the clients, with my customers, with our partners in the ecosystem to build the solutions for them, because it is something that we can implement the latest technology to achieve their business goal. This is very fantastic, very exciting for me.
Cool.
I think
we can get started. Yeah.
I think you can see my screen right now, right?
Yeah. It's okay.
Okay,
Now.
cool. Actually, today I will introduce the NodeReal first, because I hope you, the developer communities, can build your project to achieve your Web3 real, to make the Web3 real through the NodeReal. Yeah. So currently we have supported more than 12 chains already, and if you check our website, you will find more chains coming. So we are a one-stop blockchain infrastructure and service provider. So that means one-stop means that from the data access layer to the storage, to the blockchain itself, also the consultant service, everything, we can work with you. So not only the RPC endpoints, but also the chain solutions for everyone. So this is our vision, and our target is to make the Web3 real, because we all know that Web3 is still in the very early stage, and we are expanding, we are developing very fast, but we do have some technical challenges that that we want to solve before we make the Web3 mass adoption possible. So it takes time, but it's a very exciting journey. So let me talk about our team. Actually, our team is a global team. Our headquarters is in Singapore. Myself is in Netherlands. So we also from our team members also from other countries like Australia, China, Hong Kong, and Portugal, United States, over the globe. So we are actually distributed, and we work in a very efficient way. So sometimes you can always find us because our team are located in different time zones. So that is the advantage. So we want to have a local connection with the client we work with. Again, NodeReal is very open, so we want to work together with the community. So we participate in a lot of different events and talking with different people to understand the real requirements and the real problems we want to solve. It's very exciting. So our team actually is started from 2021, and we have achieved a lot of achievements. For example, we have a daily 1 billion API request. That is a huge number. And we also have more than 1,000 weekly active users. And we are the core player and contributor to the BNB ecosystem. We support around 70% of the BNB public chain RPC service. And we are also serving the more than 60%. This is a quite old number, but right now I think it's more than 60% of the top projects from the BNB ecosystem. So that means we are focused on the BNB and other chains as well. And we also have the top. We also have the more than 5K developers from the Ethereum ecosystem, and also supporting the Aptos projects as well. And first, I think, of course, NodeReal provide the RPC endpoint and also the enhanced API. So we call it blockchain access layer. So access layer means that the data, right? For example, the RPC endpoints, also the archive services, and also the data indexing and the query. So that means you don't have to depend on third-party data indexing services like the Graph. We can also provide this kind of the services with a much higher performance. And for the enhanced API, we also provide the NFT aggregation API and DeFi API, for example, the PancakeSwap, both on BSC and Ethereum, also with Uniswap, etc., with the GraphQL format. And we are also working on the API marketplace because we want to be an open platform. So any developers, if you have very cool ideas, very useful APIs, we can list your API in our API marketplace as well. So you can utilize our pre-indexed data to provide better performance, the better features for your customer. And besides that, of course, the Explorer and the wallet services is also our business, right? So we can build Explorers on top of your chains, and to provide customized solutions and to do the wallet integration, etc. So you don't have to worry about how the users and developers going to achieve the data. So that we call it a data access layer. And we also working together with our partners to build application chain as well as the layer 2 solutions. So application chain means that we can build an independent mini BSC chain, actually. It's kind of the mini BSC chain that you can run your business on the independent chain. Of course, we can also build the roll-up as a service. So if you encounter any scaling solutions, if you need any scaling solutions, we can build the layer 2 solutions. We use the the modular designs that you can customize different modules. For example, if you want to replace the data availability layer, of course we can change that to have a better performance. And we can also do some optimizations. For example, we are building a chain on top of the BSC on the layer 2, right? So we can also to do the optimization as well. And we also contribute to the BNB core. I mean the the BSC. NodeReal is one of the maybe most important technical contributors. We are building the BNB chain as well. So we are also working on the Greenfield project. We are the developer of the first Greenfield D app, and as well as the storage service. So you can try out the service that has been released, and you can find out in our website. So how do we do it? Actually, our flagship product, we call it Mega Node. It's kind of the super node. So instead of the simply putting full node behind the load balancer, actually, we are using the microservices architecture. So that means we are building the virtual nodes. So virtual nodes will focus on one aspect of the the business. For example, the transactions, logs, or etc. So this kind of virtual nodes can be scaled out and behind the coordinator to make sure when there is a traffic spike, we can handle the traffic by scaling our infrastructure to handle the high volume of traffic. At the same time, the data actually can be replicated to different locations. So no matter where your client located, you can always get the integrated data. So by this innovative architecture, we can provide average response time is 20 milliseconds, and we can guarantee the reliability of the whole system, because if even one virtual node is down, the service quality will not be impacted, because we still have other instances serving the traffic. So we can guarantee our uptime is more than 99.8% time. So this is how we make our access layer faster and reliable. And of course, the data integrity is guaranteed, because the replication is real time. So anytime you query the data is always consistent. So again, here is the architecture of the API marketplace, because we are building the open platform. So we want to have 3 kinds of different APIs. For example, we ourselves, of course, we build our official APIs, and we also work together with our partner that we can certify the partner API to be listed in our API marketplace. So that means the API listed by our partner is also tested by NodeReal to guarantee the security and the performance. And we also want to work together with the community. So any solo developers or any small team, they can also build APIs for the API marketplace. So we will help them to utilize our infrastructure to speed up their development. So we also, all the APIs actually is built on top of our pre-indexed data. So we are using our high-speed data pipeline to do the data indexing from the blockchains we have, right? So we will grab the data from the subgraphs, from the smart contracts with our data indexer. And all the data will be saved in our open NodeReal API platform storage layer. It could be the relational database. It can also be the file database or objective storage, etc. For example, Elasticsearch can also be an option. So this kind of the different format of data can be exposed to our through our API gateway to the API consumers. So we support the RESTful API format. We also support the GraphQL and other different kind of the data format. Right? You can also, it is also possible can just run a SQL queries directly to our data storage. That could be possible. So that means we can we can explore different possibilities when you build your APIs on top of that. So besides the API marketplace, I think financial service is very useful for the developers. So we provide insightful DeFi data. For example, we are working together with within the DEX, the decentralized exchange. For example, the PancakeSwap is one of our most important partner, and we use the similar technology I just mentioned earlier, that's the high-speed data pipeline. So we could provide the Pancake API up to 50 times faster than the graph, than the traditional way. So actually, we did a lot of the testing and optimization on top of that to make sure the data can be reliable and fast. So this kind of API actually can be used by the data indexing and liquidity monitoring or trading house or tools, and of course the data analytics and the data research and financial institutions. Of course, they have to build the risk management and the compliance systems to monitor the exposure. This kind of things we can work together and to build the useful solutions for the finance sector. This is just an example, right? So with the DeFi data API, you can build the application very quickly. Just 1 or 2 API queries can finish the job, right? So for example, the Pancake liquidity and the volume data monitor actually is based on our API. Of course, the liquid provider monitor and token daily monitor and the per hour data monitor, this kind of things actually is based on our GraphQL Pancake API. So yeah. So this is our testing data. We did a very thorough comparison between our API and the subgraph. So you can see here, usually it is at least maybe 5 to 10 times faster, but in some cases it could be more than 50 times faster. When you, for example, when you query the mints with the transaction info, it could be very fast. So if you explore our API, you will find it. Of course, this kind of API has been listed in our API marketplace already. Besides the API, we also provide Explorer as a service. So we are working together with the BNB Smart Chain. So we provide the BSA trace as Explorer, and also Aptos to provide the trace move and the CMC. Of course, if you go to the CMC, you will find that the CMC trace actually is powered by NodeReal as well. So this kind of the Explorer is on top of our enhanced API. So you can see here, compare with the the open source solutions like a Blockscott, we can provide better performance, and we can provide different customizations and advanced features. For example, the token list, the token details, these kind of things we can provide compared with the open source solutions. Yeah, again, we are one-stop solution provider, and so that means the enterprise solution is our key, our focus, one of our focus. So we want to accelerate the development of the to make the blockchain application implementation easier, much easier for the enterprise users. So we provide the integration service and also customize the blockchain. So we can provide the high speed and also the customizable blockchain for our customers, for our enterprise customers. Again, because the data access layer, we can also integrate it with our Meganode to our blockchain, to our enterprise blockchain, to make the access layer much more easier. So this is our high-level end-to-end service process. We just do the consulting to understand the requirements, and we can do the design work, including the token economy and product design, etc. The customization UI UX, and it usually takes a couple of weeks to do the developing, and all the operation work is done by us. You don't have to worry about the complexities, the maintenance, the operation, these kind of things. You can hand over to us. You can trust us. Yeah, this is very exciting. Actually, we believe the game is the next big thing that can make the Web3 mass adoption possible, because the game is very hot, a hot topic recently. So we are actually working a lot of our partners to build the game ecosystem. So I'm very excited about this. So I just add this content into the sharing. So as we all know, that Web3 originally, maybe at this moment, most people, when they talk about Web3 games, they're talking about a play to earn, right? So it's not all the chain game is not enjoyable enough, right? So that means, to me, I think the playing to earn is not enough. If we want to make the Web3 game mass adopted, mass popular or successful game, we want to make it attractive. That means we want to have a more responsive game and more fair game and a more exciting game. But there are a lot of things we want to solve. For example, the current most layer 1 chains are not scalable enough and very expensive. That means it is not the gamer friendly, right? Especially the gamer is not always the technical savvy. So when they want to start playing the game, the accessibility is another problem, right? So this kind of things we are working with our partners to solve, and to make the game, the blockchain, the Web3 game is possible, right? So first, we build together with the Fancy. Actually, Fancy is a Korean, I think it's the third largest game studio, a game platform in Korea. So we build together with the Fancy to help them to have their own chain. So Fancy Chain is a independent chain that all the game studios are working on top of that. So talking about the Fancy Chain, we did a lot of customizations. For example, the customized token flow, and we also support the airdrop, the gas leak solutions, and also the wallet integration. So these kind of things are very important for the Fancy team, because they want to make sure their game experiences are the best in the market, right? So we work together with the Fancy to define the requirements and define the solution together for the large scale Web3 games. So I think this year they're going to have more than 30 games from Netmarble and partners to be deployed on the chain. So it will be a metaverse gaming ecosystem, and the chain itself is on top of our Sameta game chain as a independent application chain for game. And we are also working with the Cocos X. Now I think it's renamed as Combo. We are building the first OP optimistic roll up on the BNB chain, right? So this is something we want to focus and help the Cocos to have more. The target actually is to have more than millions of users, or millions of the players on the Cocos chain. And Cocos actually has more than 1.6 million developers, and served more than 60% of the mini games on the market. So we decided to choose the OP stack, which is a modular design architecture that can help us to achieve our goal. For example, the execution engine we can replace to any execution VMs. For example, at this moment, of course, it's still the EVM compatible, but in the future, we can choose any execution engine as we want. And at the same time, we are doing the sequence and the proposer optimization to make sure that the OP chain has better performance. And we are doing the optimization right now. And because of difference, because the OP stack originally is based on the Ethereum, so when we work with the BNB Smart Chain, a lot of the changes has to be done. First, the block time. The block time on the BNB is much faster than the Ethereum. It's 3 seconds instead of 12, right? So we want to change the layer 2 logic to be compatible with the BNB Smart Chain. And the EIP 1559 is another problem. And we did also the token flow and the count, the gas fee optimization on top of that to make sure the Coco's the game optimistic rollup could be cheaper, much cheaper than the rollup on the Ethereum. So that's very important for the game players, right? So if the players has to pay dollars, even tens of dollars to do a single action, for example, they just loot an item or transfer an asset. If it takes a couple of dollars, that is not viable, right? So for this, we reduced the average gas fee for the optimistic rollup on the BNB chain lower than 5 cents, right? So this is something we want to achieve, and we are still working on that. It will be very interesting. So this is something we are working on the game industry. Of course, we are not alone. We are working with our partners to provide a holistic enterprise solution. For example, the blockchain, of course, we work with the BNB Smart Chain, with Ethereum, other chains, but also the wallet integration. For example, we work with the particle networks and the Trust Wallet. And for the security, we work with the Certic and identification, naming services, Space ID, etc., etc. Of course, the Galaxy. The greenfield is very hot recently because we are the first storage provider and the first application Axelar developer. So that is very exciting as well. So we are working with our partners to provide the comprehensive solutions and to allow our customers and partners to choose the most proper way to implement the Web3 technology. Yeah, it's the most important topic is our hackathon. We have actually 2 options for the hackathon for our NodeReal bounty. One is do a DeFi trading volume monitoring application. So if you can use the NodeReal API, the NodeReal Pancake API to monitor the volumes and total amount of the decentralized platform with our API, that'd be great. So you can display the total trading volume of the 2 chains, both on the BSC and Ethereum, and you can display the total volume in the particular chain. For example, if I choose the BSC or Ethereum, and you can display the curve the last 1 month, that would be great. So this is the one option. Another option of our bounty is that you can build a simplified multi-chain explorer. So usually, if it is very common scenario when you want to query the transaction details, you have to search by the hash, and you can sometimes you will receive no response because you choose the wrong network, right? For example, you choose the testnet instead of the mainnet when you intend to query the mainnet transactions, right? So the simplified multi-chain explorer is that when you search, it can query all the chains that has been connected with the explorer, and it return the corresponding data. So that means you have 2 options. If you can choose one from these 2 options and achieve finish the project, and show your complete, you will have the chance to receive the bounties from NodeReal. I think the bounty is $5,000 US dollars. Yeah, that's it. That's what I want to share. And thank you for your time. And you can connect with us by following our Twitter, on NodeReal on Twitter, by scanning this barcode. Thanks.
Thanks, Jimmy. I think we have a few questions here. So
Sure.
yeah, sure. Maybe you can see it on the platform, on the screen. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You mean the mempool monitoring? Yes, of course. This is something in our radar. This is we can provide the solution with our partners, because by ourselves we do not provide the mempool monitoring APIs, but it is possible. So you can reach out to me and through our support channel, so that we can have a deeper discussion. Actually, a lot of customers reached to us about this topic. I think it's very popular and it's very useful for the MEV customers. Yeah, that's possible.
Cool. And I think someone is asking about the grant.
You mean what kind of grant? You mean the chain grant or something else? I'm sorry, I didn't get the point.
He said he's asking about the NodeReal grant.
Oh, okay. Currently, I don't think we do have any grants ready, available at this moment, but you can just keep monitoring our website, or you can reach out to our support channel to ask more details if we have it. But at this moment, no, I'm sorry, unfortunately.
Got it. I think Asin is asking we how to reach out to you. So I think he can reach out to you in the Discord channel, right?
Yes, you can also reach out to us through the Twitter or Discord channel. You can find the Discord channel on our website, which is nodereal.io.
Okay. And I don't think if do you have any other questions, we still have a few more minutes for Jimmy to answer the questions.
Any other
If no
questions?
other questions, we will soon enter a break session, and we'll be back at 5 p.m. at CET time. So it's around 27 minutes later, and we will have the workshop with Axelar. So if no more questions, later I will share our Discord QR code on the screen, so you can scan the QR code and join the Hackathon Discord channel, and you will find all the partners there, including NodeReal. So if you have any more questions about the Hackathon, about the any like dev support you might need from those partners, you can just ask in the channel. And also, as Jimmy mentioned, you can also join the NodeReal's Discord, also follow NodeReal on Twitter, and to ask questions or learn more something about NodeReal. And thanks, Jimmy. And so if no more questions, we will try to end the session here, and let's take a short break, and start the next session. So thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hi, Stefan.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you perfectly.
Cool. Yeah. We've still got 2 more minutes. Yeah, just want to make sure everything's okay, and we will soon get started.
Sounds wonderful. I'm excited.
Yeah. Me too. Okay, cool. I think Stephanie can get started. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me. And hello, everyone that is watching live right now. And hello to everyone that's watching this on YouTube a little bit later. Seeing some hellos in the chat. Awesome to see. To kick things off, my name is Stephen Fluin. I am the head of developer relations at Axelar. So my job, I have one of the coolest jobs on the planet, which is my job is to really make you successful. So wherever you are in your journey as a developer, as an engineer, as a builder, I need to figure out what you care about, what you want, and then figure out how I can empower you, accelerate you, make your life easier. So that's the first half of my job. And the second half of my job is really understanding and empathizing what it's like being on the other side of the screen, being someone that is in the industry, building, trying to win at hackathons, trying to learn these technologies for the first time, and then reflecting your needs onto our team, informing the products that we build, informing the way that we tell our story, the way that we explain things, even the words we use and the APIs we design. I love to influence all of that to make it better for you. Yeah, so let's kind of go ahead and get started. One of the things I like to start with is really understanding some of why Axelar exists. And it can be useful to kind of look back in the past few years and really understand what has come before and kind of where we headed. So if you go back 3-4 years, it was actually easier to become a smart contract developer, right? 4 years ago, it was a pretty safe bet to become a Solidity developer deploying to EVM. But as we've all seen, the world has gotten more and more complex. And this has actually hurt developers in a surprising way. And it's a little bit the paradox of choice, which is you'd think that more choices for developers would be good. And in general, it is, right? We are able to make different trade-offs. We're able to solve different problems. But at the same time, the amount of choice that we have out there actually makes it more daunting for new entrants. If you are trying to learn smart contract development for the first time, there are so many choices you have to make, and you don't know if you're making a good choice. Which framework do I use? Which chains do I deploy to? All these sorts of things. And that can be really challenging. And so what you have to realize is that all of these chains exist for a reason. They're good at different things, right? Binance and BNB chain are so good at so many different things. Where can I be taking advantage of those differences? Where can I be taking advantage of the chains that are available to me? And we're also seeing the rise of what we call app chains, or blockchains that are specifically built for purpose-driven reasons. So what if I want to live in a world where I'm able to take advantage of those differences? What if I'm going to live in a world where I want my application to be housed on BNB chain, but then it interacts with the world of app chains that are out there, building for games, building for decentralized exchanges, all those sorts of things. And so this is kind of the fundamental problem that we're living in here in 2023. And Axelar's vision is really to help you take advantage of this new world and see it not as a problem, but actually see the benefits and see the opportunities here. So what if you didn't actually care which chain you were on at a given moment? We think that would be really good. What if you were able to take advantage of the differences, right? Some chains are really focused on scalability. Some chains are focused on fast finality. Some chains are focused on gas costs. All these different things are benefits that if you're able to, you could take advantage of. And the last one is, what if you could be where your users are, right? Like, it's one of the challenges that we have today is that users are spread across all these different chains, right? There's different tools and examples and code out there for all the different chains. And what if you could have your home base where you want to, such as BNB chain, but then still interact and be present with your users and be able to interact with them. And so that's kind of the big hypothesis behind Axelar, is that we want to make it really easy, and we want to build towards this future vision of where every application out there is interchain and you don't have to worry about it as much. So to really understand Axelar, I would say that you should really check out this site that we have called Axelar Scan. And this is one of the charts from it. It shows all of the different chains that we're integrated with. And so behind the scenes, Axelar actually is a blockchain itself, but we are a proof of stake Tendermint consensus built on the Cosmos tech stack. But our purpose is not really being a blockchain ourselves. Our purpose is the communication and the building across all of these different chains so that you can, again, take advantage of those blockchains and build better applications. And so, Axelar, if you kind of want to think about us and want to really understand kind of where we sit in the marketplace, Axelar is basically security and decentralization focused first. So all the consensus that comes from Axelar is really focused on this idea of being permissionless, trust minimized, where you have an independent set of validators who are in the proof of stake system, validating what happens on one chain so that we can safely execute and communicate on other chains. Axelar at this point is integrated into a whole lot of different chains. I think we have like 35 plus chain integrations from a technology standpoint. And we're really, really focused on making sure that Axelar is as simple to use as possible. I mean, this is something you'll see over and over where the APIs that we offer all look very similar and they're all as minimal and as simple as possible. And so we really want to make sure that you're able to accelerate and able to do amazing things. So when I look at the developer landscape with Axelar, I tend to segment the sorts of APIs that we offer into two big buckets. And we have more than this, but the basic buckets are the ability to send tokens and the ability to send messages. And on the token side of things, we have a few different layers you can do this in. You can generate what we call a deposit address. You can do an on-chain call to something called send token, or you can create a new principal. If you have an existing ERC20 that you want to be moving between blockchains, you can turn that token into an interchain token. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have message passing. And this is really where I see a lot of the creativity coming from developers and where we're really excited, because when you have general message passing and compute that crosses multiple blockchains, that is where you as a developer are unblocked from building anything that your brain can imagine. And so let's kind of go through each of these just briefly. So I'll talk first about sending tokens. And so I mentioned this concept of a deposit address. So a deposit address is something that exists on a source blockchain, so any blockchain that you want to send tokens from. And what we do is we boil down the source chain, the destination address that you want that token to be sent to, and the asset that you're sending all into a single address. And so you call a JavaScript method and you get this address out, and then you can use that address and you can send tokens to it, and then things automatically happen behind the scenes. And so you can think of it as any tokens that then you send to the deposit address that match the asset that you set up are automatically going to forward all the way to the destination address on the destination chain via the Axelar network. And this ends up being very, very powerful for a bunch of different reasons. One of those reasons is that imagine being able to use this address without having to have a wallet on every chain. So let's say I want to interact with a decentralized exchange on some chain. Right? I can actually withdraw from that decentralized or even centralized exchange, or have an app send me some tokens to my deposit address, and that deposit, that tokens that they put in, will automatically be forwarded all the way to my preferred chain and my preferred address. And so this is a very, very useful tool for kind of moving tokens across the world of blockchain. The next one is a very similar method. So it's called send token. This is a method that exists on all of the Axelar gateways on all the EVM chains. And so on every EVM chain that Axelar supports, we have a gateway. It's just a smart contract with a method on it that allows you to do the exact same thing without having to create a deposit address first. And so you're going to see this kind of triplet here a few different times. So we've got the destination chain, the destination address where you want to send the token, the asset you want to send, and then the amount that you're actually sending. And so you'll approve that amount, and then the gateway will transfer all those assets for you. Very, very straightforward. So with both deposit addresses and send token, there's a list of tokens that we support. And if you're curious about the tokens we support, or you're curious about what it feels like to create one of these deposit addresses without having to get into the JavaScript SDK, I would point you to a site called that's not satellite.money. So the site is called satellite.money. And effectively what it does is it exposes all the chains that we're integrated with. And then you can see all the assets that are supported there. And then if I hit the send button here, what it would do is if I click the generate deposit address button, it would generate the deposit address for the settings I configured here. And then any tokens you send of the matching asset would automatically be forwarded to the destination, just like we talked about. But as I mentioned, there's only a relatively small list of assets supported here. And so what if you actually have an ERC20 that you already own and that you actually want to use and do something with, and you want to turn that token into an interchain token? And that's definitely something we support. And so we've created this thing called an interchain token. And so in order for you to kind of understand this conceptually, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and build this. So we'll create a brand new token and we'll register it as an interchain token. We'll deploy it to a couple different blockchains. So the fastest way to get started for me with building a new ERC20 is actually to go into our documentation on interchain tokens, just docs.axelar.dev. And then I'm going to go down here and we've got a remix that creates just a very, very simple ERC20 using the Open Zeppelin library. So you can see here we're importing ERC20. We're creating a new ERC20. And just for this demo, maybe we'll call this the Zero2Hero token, but Z2HT. And just as part of this default contract that we created, you've got a few tokens being sent to the creator. And then theoretically, if you want to do things from the contract, we're going to give a few tokens to the contract itself. So I'm actually going to go ahead and compile this And we're going to go ahead and deploy this all the way to a real blockchain. So we're going to deploy this to BNB chain. We should already be connected here. Let's just verify that we're on the right one. Yep, we've got BNB chain. So I'm going to go ahead and hit deploy. So in about 20 seconds here, we have created a very simple ERC20 that could correspond to any ERC20 that you are creating as a developer out in the world. And so what we're going to do is we're going to copy that address. And now we're going to go ahead and jump over to this Axelar services portal where you have the interchain token service. So we're going to connect wallet. We're on BNB chain, and I'm just going to paste in the address of my ERC20. All right, it looks like it was detected, but it doesn't exist on any of the other blockchains that Axelar currently supports. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click this register token button. It's detected the token. I'm going to hit next. And now we have the fun part of actually deciding what blockchains I want to send my token to. So maybe we'll just pick Polygon and Avalanche and Moonbase. So obviously we're in testnet right now, but it would be the exact same thing in mainnet as well. So I'm going to go ahead and register my token. And so what this is going to do is it's going to do a on-chain transaction to register the token on the source chain. And then it's going to use Axelar's general message passing to reach out to all of the other blockchains that we selected here and send a message that this contract should be created so that we're creating this interchain token that has built-in methods for sending and receiving tokens. So hopefully this makes sense. So once this moves on from registering your origin token and that original block is confirmed, perfect. This has started deploying remote tokens. And so it's going to take a little bit of time to wait for finality on the BNB chain. And as soon as that finality is achieved, we'll execute on the destination chains the creation of this interchain token. So we'll actually park this and we will come back to this at the end of the talk here. So that was the concept of interchain tokens, where you can take any token that you've already built and turn it into an interchain token that's available on all the blockchains that you care about. So we've covered the sending tokens part, which is an important fundamental part of DeFi, an important part of building a lot of apps. But I want to really get into this idea of the creativity that you can have when you're using message passing or general message passing from Axelar. And so you can think of this as, instead of moving the assets to where the compute is, we're actually going to do the opposite. We're going to move the compute to where the assets are. And so we're going to be passing messages so that we can access assets on other blockchains, access other information, all those sorts of things. And so this should look very familiar at this point. So we've got a method on the source chain on the gateway called call contract, which you're going to then pass the destination address, the destination chain, and a payload. So this is a bytes in the EVM world. So that can be really any data that you want to encode, from numbers, strings, arrays of strings, anything you can code as bytes you can send as a payload. And then we have a corresponding method on the destination chain that you're going to implement that extends from the Axelar executable. That is, you're going to receive that message and you're going to receive the source chain it came from, the source address it came from, and the specific payload that was sent by the source chain. So very, very simple API. One thing to note about the complexity of sending interchain messages is that there's actually a lot of conceptual overhead when it comes to how do we pay for these sorts of transactions. Because if you think about it, there's gas that you need to pay on the source chain. There's this decentralized consensus from a set of decentralized validators that you have to pay for on the Axelar network. And then there's an execution cost that you need to pay on the destination chain. Now, Axelar is built in a trustless, permissionless manner. So you can go and execute the transactions. You can submit them to the Axelar network, just pay the right gas, and then you can approve and execute the transaction on the destination chain, right? All of that will be using that decentralized consensus, using the signatures from the validators, et cetera. But we've tried to make this a little bit easier. And so we've created this pay native gas for contract call method, which basically takes in the information about the contract call that you're trying to make. And then it allows you to pay the native gas of the source chain for all of the different steps on this long end-to-end journey. And so you pay on the source chain and will actually go for the full execution on the destination chain. Generally, what you do is we have a method that allows you to estimate the amount of gas it's going to cost, but we generally recommend that you overfund this, because all of the funds that are not used on the destination chain are going to end up being refunded to you on the source chain. So just to go over this again, how general message passing works. So on the source chain, you're going to initiate a call contract event. You're going to pay for that contract call by the gas service so that we can pay for that end-to-end very simply. Then the Axelar gateway is going to emit an event saying, hey, this event happened on a source chain. Then the Axelar network is going to detect that. All the validators are going to vote and say, is this truth? Did this happen on the source chain? And if the validator stake and vote passes, then we'll go ahead and approve that contract call. We'll pass all the validators and the vote signatures over to the destination chain and say, yes, this was approved by the decentralized consensus. And then we will execute your contract and actually execute whatever code that you wrote, whatever solidity that you created. So let's go ahead and do a live demo of this. And so I did a Twitter poll a few weeks ago, and I asked how people prefer to see their demos of using tools. And the majority vote was they wanted to see code written from scratch. And so we're going to go ahead and write a bunch of code from scratch today. So we'll just be using Remix to keep this really simple so that this is something you could do at home. And I'm going to go ahead and delete all the source code that we have today. And we'll talk about it as we kind of construct it from scratch here. So the first thing that we need to do is let's go ahead and actually create a smart contract. So I'm just going to throw in Pragma, Solidity, and we'll take any of the 080 compilers. And we're going to create a contract, and we'll call this contract sender receiver, because we're going to create basically a single smart contract that can initiate messages as well as receive those messages. So we can deploy the same contract to a bunch of different blockchains and send and receive messages among any of them. And so with this, we have our very, very simple, stupid, simple smart contract. And now we're going to start enriching it with some of the capabilities of Axelar. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to pull in a few different imports. And so I'm going to create 3 cursors here, and I'm going to import a few things. So we're going to import from various sources here. We're going to import from at Axelar/network /Axelar GMP SDK Solidity. Oh, we've lost our triple cursor here. GMP SDK Solidity is basically where we store all the smart contracts and interfaces and things like that you might be using. And then we're going to go in the contracts folder, and we're going to need a .sol. So the first thing we're going to import is going to be from the executable folder, and we're going to import Axelar executable. So this is the smart contract that you're going to implement and instantiate in order to get that execute method, where we're actually verifying the signatures and then passing it off to your execute method. So we'll import Axelar executable from there. And then here, these are both going to be in the interfaces folder. And then the first one's going to be the iAxelar gateway. So this is just the gateway interface so that we know how to interact with the gateway. And then the last piece we're going to use is the interface for the gas service. So iAxelar gas service. I've done this a whole bunch of times in my career, and this is where I almost always make a typo. And so feel free to call it in the chat if you find a mistake as I'm going here. All right, so now we have a few different imports here. So let's go ahead and start making use of those imports. And the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up a constructor. So this constructor is going to configure my smart contract for the specific blockchains that I'm building for. And so we're going to need a couple addresses. We're going to need an address of the gateway of the chain that I'm actually deploying to, and we're going to need an address of the gas service. The gateway, I can actually just pass that right off to the Axelar executable. So we're going to instantiate or call out to that constructor from the Axelar executable. So we're also going to say that we are an Axelar executable. And then basically the Axelar executable code is going to store and reuse that gateway for the execute method. Construct. When you're building a constructor, it helps to build a constructor. And then the second piece that we're going to need is we're going to actually need a reference to the gas service. So I'm just going to create a new Axelar gas service. Make it public immutable so that everyone can just see it right now, and we'll say gas service. Axelar gas service public immutable. That looks right to me. I'll just keep going here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to save that gas service out. Instantiating a new Axelar gas service at the address that was provided in the constructor parameter. All right, so every time we instantiate this smart contract on a different blockchain, we're going to go get those 2 parameters and pass it in so that the smart contract knows about how to interact with the gateway on that blockchain. All right, so with that, we've done all the initial setup. Now we're going to go ahead and implement our 2 methods, our send message and our execute. So in order to send a message, we'll create a new function called send message. And this will take a few different things. So we're going to take a couple string call data, oops, caps lock. Let's do it one at a time here. Let's keep it simple for everyone. String call data, and this is going to be destination chain. String call data destination address. String call data message. This is going to be just the message that you want to pass out to the destination chain. And this is going to be an external method, so anyone that wants to can send a message starting on this chain or originating on this chain. And this is going to be a payable because we're going to want the person that's sending the message to pay for that end-to-end gas transaction. And so within here, we're going to need to actually figure out what our payload is going to be. So we need to encode it as a bytes. So we'll just create a new bytes memory known as payload. and we'll just ABI encode our message. All right, so let's go ahead and now, if you remember, to send a message, there's two things we need to do. We need to call contract and we need to pay for gas. So we're going to prepay for the gas here. So let's go ahead and call a gas service. What we're going to do is we're going to call the pay native gas for contract call method. And we're going to give it all the value that is sent in with this method call. So we'll just pass that message value over. And then the parameters we're going to give it are going to be the address of this contract itself, the destination chain, the destination address, the payload itself, and the sender of the message. So all of these parameters just allow us to recognize the transaction when it comes through on the gateway, so that we can make sure that we're paying for it in the right places at the right times. Message sender. All right, so now we have paid for the gas for this end-to-end complicated transaction. We're paying for the gas on source chain, on Axelar network, as well as on the destination chain. And now let's go ahead and tell the gateway what our actual message is going to be. So we're going to say gateway.callContract, and we're going to give it the destination chain, destination address, and the payload. So with that, we now have a smart contract that is capable of sending messages to other blockchains. So the other half of this that we need to implement now is actually the execute method. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is going to be called function, and it's going to be an internal function. So we'll just prefix it with an underscore, and we'll call it execute. And it's going to take something that should look very familiar to you at this point. So this is going to be string call data source chain, string call data source address, and string, bytes call data of our payload. So those three parameters, now we actually can implement whatever we want. So what I'm going to do just for the simplicity of this demo is I'm just going to create a new string public message, and we will just save out that message. We'll just ignore the source chain and the source address for now. If you really wanted to do something with it, what you could do is you could actually verify where the message was coming from and make sure that you want that message coming from the place and you want to act on that. But we're going to decode the payload, and we know that its type is just going to be a string because we created this message. Public function, and we missed the types here. So this is going to be an internal function, and we're going to override the definition from Axelar executable. All right, so function execute. We're taking in source chain, source address. We're getting warnings here because we're not actually using these. So you could comment these out. You can do whatever you want with that. We'll just ignore those warnings for now. And with that, we actually should have our full smart contract. We've got a smart contract that we built from scratch here that's capable of sending messages, paying for it, and receiving messages. And so let's go ahead and run this through the compiler and see if we've done everything right. We've got a couple warnings here, but I think we are all set. So now the next step is to actually put this on a real blockchain. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to use the remix deploy capabilities here. And if you remember, our constructor needs a gateway and a gas service. So the way that we're going to get the gateway and the gas service is we're going to go ahead and just pull that from the documentation. So if you're on the Axelar documentation, you just go into this reference folder, the resources section. Right now we're in testnet, so we're going to click on testnet. And for every chain that Axelar supports, you're going to see the gateway contract and the gas service. And we'll just go ahead and copy each of these as parameters. We'll hit transact. So this is an on-chain thing. We're going to be doing this contract creation on BNB chain. We will hit confirm. And as soon as that is done, let's go ahead and get rid of the interchain token. We don't need that anymore. As soon as that's done, now we have a contract that exists on BNB chain. And let's just save that contract address for later. So this is going to be if you'll notice on the definition, there is a string name for every blockchain. And so depending on the date and the way that this was originally integrated, that we've got some weird names like Gurley is called Ethereum 2, and BNB chain is called Binance. Binance is the string that you'll need to deploy on BNB chain. So we have this contract. It exists on BNB chain now. So let's go ahead and switch to another blockchain and deploy it there so that we can initiate a message between the two blockchains. And so for this, I will just hop over to MetaMask and I'll switch over to the Fuji testnet from Avalanche. And we will go ahead and do the exact same thing that we just did. So copy the contract of the gateway and the contract of the gas service. And we will deploy this again. It's again another on-chain transaction. So we'll be paying AVAX for this one. And in just a moment, we should have two smart contracts here. Perfect. And I believe the string for Avalanche is Avalanche. Perfect. Okay, so now we have a sender receiver on both blockchains. So let's go ahead and actually send a message. So we'll just send it back to BNB chain from here. So if you look, we've got this send message method that we created. It's payable. We're going to need a destination chain. So we're going to send the message to Binance. We need the destination contract, and we need the message. So let's just go ahead and say, hello, Zero2Hero builders. Now to transact this, I actually need to give it some currency. So we'll just go ahead and hop up here, and let's just give it a whole bunch because it'll all get refunded. So we don't really need to worry too much about how much we're sending. So we'll set that at 2, and we'll hit transact. And what we should see is a transaction now on the source chain on Avalanche that then initiates a message all the way across Axelar network, all the way to BNB chain into our smart contract there. So, and the magical thing here is as soon as that transaction is confirmed and we have a transaction address, we're going to pop this into a fantastic site that I'm going to show you called Axelar Scan. So we'll copy this transaction address, and now we're going to jump over to Axelar Scan. If you ever want to understand what's going on within Axelar in terms of the chains that are connected, in terms of the transactions, et cetera, Axelar Scan is the solution. Because what it does is it actually boils down a very complex problem of multiple blockchains, transactions that correspond and correlate into this very, very simple interface. And so what we're seeing here is it's grouped all of the pieces of a cross-chain or an interchain transaction into a single message here. So you can see we're calling call contract from Avalanche to BNB chain. And then we can actually follow along as it follows each of the steps on the path. So we saw the contract call on the origin chain. We had the gas paid. It's been confirmed already by the Axelar network. And now we are executing that call on BNB chain. And so I won't sit here and wait for this, but we will come back in a moment to see that that transaction has been completed. And actually, we're already seeing it, but I'm going to come back in a second when that's fully executed. All right, so we have been completely successful. We have now built a smart contract that can send and receive messages, which you can now use your imagination of kind of what you want to build with that. So we saw how we can send tokens. We've seen how we can send messages. Obviously, you could go and build this from scratch yourself. You could go write all the code just like I did. You could watch this video back a few times, do the exact same thing, follow along. But we want to make things a little bit easier. And so I want to introduce to you a very, very important GitHub repository called Axelar Examples. And so if you look here at github.com/Axelar Network, Axelar Examples, this is a repo where we basically try to make it as easy and as fast as possible to get started. So let's go ahead and take a look at this GitHub repository. So it's just a normal GitHub repository. And there's 3 things I'm going to point out about this GitHub repository. The first is these READMEs. So if you ever want to understand how to use the Axelar Examples repo, check out the READMEs. It has everything from the clone instructions, how to set up environment variables, all these sorts of things. And then within each of the examples, you're going to see another README. And so it shows you how do I actually use this specific example. But we're actually going to go ahead and do this and try this really quick. So let's go back and clone this repo. So we'll just go ahead and clone it. And then I will run git clone of this repo. And then I can cd into Axelar Examples. And I will start running some of these commands. So we'll run npm CI. And then actually, let's also spin up a VS Code here. All right, so you can see in the README, we've got to run npm CI. We're going to run npm run setup, which is going to just create a random private key for us. You can also export your private key from MetaMask or whatever wallet you use if you want to be building and deploying from a shared wallet or something like that. And then let's go ahead and move on from there. So we've run npm CI, and then we're going to need to run npm run build. Be in the right folder. And the first example that we're going to be taking a look at is in the examples folder, and it's going to be called call contract. And so this is a contract that should look very, very familiar to what we just built. So you can see it's got a send method, you've got an execute method, it's implementing Axelar executable. So this should look really, really familiar to everything that we just did. And what we can do now is if we take a look at the READMEs here, is we're going to go ahead and, we didn't run setup yet. One sec. Let's make sure we do that. All right, and now what we can do is we can actually spin up our local environment. And so this is a magical moment because when you run npm run start, we create 5 local Ganache instances for you. And we deploy all of the contracts, like the gateways, the gas service, et cetera, to all of those local instances. So you can use the Axelar network locally as if you're actually interacting with the real blockchain, and it's very fast and you don't have to wait for finality and all these niceties. And so now that we have this running, we can go ahead and deploy our example. And so we'll go into the call contract example, and it will give us these commands. So first, we're going to deploy the smart contract locally. And we got to tell where to deploy it. So the Axelar examples repo supports both local deployment to that local Ganache instance, as well as you can deploy it out to real testnets. And then the second half of this is we just call execute. So initially the value on Phantom is blank, but we're initiating a message from Avalanche, and it's saying, hello, Phantom from Avalanche. And so we've got that message, and we've been completely successful. So you can see how this makes it a little bit easier to build, test. You're just being given a bunch of code. You're being given a lot of really great examples. If you want to send a token with a message, you want to build a cross-chain token, you want to do cross-chain lending, you want to link NFTs, all these sorts of contracts have been built for you. And then the last piece that I will show off just briefly here is this second folder, Axelar examples, and it's going to be in the examples web folder. So we took a look at these examples, which are just pure kind of smart contracts and hard hat JavaScript code for deployment. The examples web folder tries to go a little bit further. And so we'll go ahead and cd into the examples web folder, and npm install. And what this does is this has taken the examples and we've actually added a front end on top of it. And so what you're going to see is we've built a React Next.js front end so that if you want to build any of these yourself, you want to build a compelling app that has this great user experience, we're trying to give you a kickstart with that process. So we're going to run the npm install, we'll run npm run setup to copy over that environments file. And actually, we can do that while we wait here. So let's just cd examples web, we'll run npm run setup, copy over that environments file. Perfect. We're going to need to deploy the smart contracts of the web examples. So make sure that's done. Perfect. We'll npm run deploy. And then as soon as those are live on our little local blockchains here, we can run npm run dev, which will spin up that Next.js environment. We started a local server on port 3000. And now let's go ahead and take a look at that. All right. So here we can see we've got a bunch of different examples. I won't go through all of these, but you can again see an interface that lets you send a message from one chain to another. So we can say, hello world, and send that. And then you'll see that momentarily that local blockchain finishes the resolution and it's there. And then the last one, which looks really simple at first glance, but actually is a lot of complexity behind the scenes because we're dealing with interchain communication, we're dealing with NFT linking, all those sorts of things. But we have an NFT here on Ethereum, and we'll just go ahead and hit the send button, and then momentarily that will show up on Avalanche. So as I said, these are really great examples. If you're doing a project in this Kickstarter or in this hackathon, I definitely recommend you pull up the Axelar examples repo and use one of these as the base. I usually use the call contract as a base because it's really simple to just configure, write all the Solidity code I want, and then tweak and configure the index.js file that has the, hey, run this method. And now wait for this to happen, and then make sure that the value at the destination chain is correct, and then log out the value. All those things are just kind of part of how I develop and how I participate in hackathons. All right. I think we just have a couple more slides here. We have a lot of other tutorials. So if you want to go deep dive into any of the APIs I didn't cover here, such as like that on-chain send token, we're adding more and more YouTube videos all the time on the Axelar Core YouTube channel. And then if you're looking for support throughout this hackathon, we have a developers channel on Axelar's Discord where there's a forum as well as kind of just general chat. And then there's also I believe it's the technical questions folder on the Encode Club Discord. If any of those are wrong, I apologize, BNB folks, if you want to jump in and correct any of that. But on any of these channels, if you want to just ping me, Stephen Fluin, or we'll be kind of checking in on a semi-regular basis, making sure we're supporting you throughout the hackathon. So before we finish, I just want to jump back and we will see, hopefully our interchain token was successful here. So we'll just go ahead and refresh this experience. So we originated a brand new token on BNB chain, and you can see now we've got that token available on Polygon, Avalanche, Moonbase, any of the chains that we picked. You just have to pay the gas to create it there. And then I can send those balances between them trivially. So really easy, take any ERC20 that exists out there and make an interchain token. And then the last piece is to follow up on our little example that we created here. And we see that our message was successfully delivered on BNB chain and refunded on the source chain. And so if we go back to Remix, we switch to BNB chain, we should actually see our message. Where is BNB chain? All right, we're back on BNB chain, so we'll go back to our original contract, and we will check that the did we not create a public message? I thought we did. Oh, this is the wrong API. This is a interchain token. Here, let's we can fix this really quick. We have the contract address. Let's just put these loaded at the address. There we go. And we should be able to check message. Hello, Zero2Hero builders. So we've been successful. We've created interchain communication. We've built an interchain dApp. And now kind of where we go from here is up to you. I was asked to explain a little bit about the bounties, and I'll just explain just how we think about them. So the core bounty that we care about, and the thing we care about you doing, is building an interchain application where you're using this general message passing. So interacting between different blockchains, you should have an Axelar scan transaction with that. And the primary APIs that you're going to use to do that are call contract and call contract with token. And in general, when we are judging bounties, we judge them based on the viability of the project. So how far did you get? How real is it? How much does this actually help people? Then we judge it on creativity. Is this another cross-chain DEX, which is for cross-chain swaps, that is useful and valuable? But how many of those are there already out there, and how much did you bring to the table? How much innovation did you bring to the table? And then the last piece is really how important is it that your app is interchain, right? If you build a fantastic app and then just as an afterthought you create an extra messaging, that's less exciting than an application that is interchain to the core. We've seen like NFT projects where you could mint battleships and then fly them from one blockchain to another and do battle. And so really cool ideas like that are essentially interchain, and that's one of the criteria that we're looking for. So from here, that was kind of everything that I wanted to cover, and we really can't wait to see what you build. If you have any feedback on this session, or if there's anything that we can do to make this better and make sure that we're getting you the resources you need, definitely go ahead and scan this or take our survey. But with that, I'll just thank everyone again, and happy hacking.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for some detailed sharing. And people, you can scan the QR code here. So is this QR code for survey or for?
This is for the survey. Yep.
Oh, for the survey. Cool. So you can scan the QR code here and leave your feedback. And if any more questions, as was shown before in the Discord, so you can join the Hackathon Discord and ask questions there. So Stefan will be there, and the other partners will be there to answer your questions about the hackathon process and any other specific questions. So and really thank you because I know the workshop has lasted for 3-4 hours. So I guess everyone will be tired now. So we won't have Q&A at this session. And just stay tuned with BNB Chain Twitter, and stay tuned with our Hackathon Discord and our Notion page. And if any more questions, feel free to leave messages there in the Discord channel or in our Twitter. So both will work. And really, thanks again for Stefan today for the sharing. I really learned a lot, in the backstage. So thank you. And so see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mm-hmm.